Well, hello and welcome to tonight's little bonus segment. Might as well just get straight into it. We're going to be working on our emotes once again. And actually, I need to open up that one tool. I'm going to wait to bring them down. I got to open the page first. There we go. We're going to be using the clip drop background removal tool again. In a second, at least. But now we're going to go ahead and continue where we left off. Last time we got about 8 frames done. We actually even did a little test GIF, which I'll showcase. Ah, yes, good. Keyboard mash. Very good. This is a work in progress, so don't expect too much. As you can see, the confetti wind effect doesn't look great. Yet. It's not finished, so it's still kind of early stages, so we're gonna keep working on this. I actually wasn't planning on doing another spherical themed emote again. But there's an LTM in the game in Fall Guys right now that just happens to be perfect for it, and I had no reason not to. Actually, do we do 9 frame? We did 9 frames last time, not 8. We did 9 frames. Actually, I gotta check something. Okay, this is a frame. Is it the same frame? Did I not put that in its folder? I did not put that in its correct folder. That needs to go into the already used folder. Now, well, fortunately, the good news is this one's a little easier, because unlike the previous time, this time we have experience under my belt. I have experience this time, so unlike the last time, I kind of know what I'm getting into, and we have full control of the background this time. And also, I've been better at pacing myself, more or less, with this one. Now, let's see. Okay, I gotta remember, how many frames do we actually need? Because even though there are a good 100 in here, we actually aren't using that many. We're only using a small amount of that. Let me open my video editor and we'll find out. We'll open Vegas and we'll take a look. See? Search that drive. Yeah. And do yes to all. Alright, actual frames are about 38. That's right, we're only using 38 frames as of right now. So that's the plan. We don't need to say that though. Alright, so we're using only 38. We've already gotten 9. We've already made 9. So we already have 9 frames done. Now, this time I'm actually a little bit more on time tonight, because I didn't step on a sharp piece of glass today. And didn't have an incident, so that's kind of nice. I very much like not stepping on sharp pieces of glass. And for those wondering from last time, my foot is getting much better. It's getting better very quickly. So there's no issues. Still have to go. I still have to go a little easy on it. I can't go. I can't go crazy. Not that I was doing that much anyway. We're at alpha selection, layer mask selection. Oh, it actually messed up a little bit here. Gonna be real, that's the first time I've actually seen it screw up. Like that. I have yet to have seen it do that yet, so that's... Alright, XP pen. Huh. My graphics tablet is not... that's my graphics tablet's not responding. Well, that's peculiar. My graphics tablet is not being responsive. That is a problem. All right, what's the problem, XP Pen? What's going on here? What's our damage? What's the damage? XP Pen's being very glitchy right now. Wow, this app is being extremely buggy right now. Yeah, it's being extremely buggy. I wonder if I need to unplug it and plug it back in. Yeah, that's being completely on. Whoa, wait a minute. What the frick? It's going in my chat monitor. What the world? It's going to, like, okay. That's not the pen. Sir, that's not the pen area. It's going to another monitor. What? No pen display. What is wrong with you? Huh? Alright, hold on. We gotta fix that. That's a problem. That's a big one. Also, I'm not realizing the music was not playing this whole time. It doesn't matter. We're gonna go camera only. I'm gonna fix that while I'm at it, but we're just gonna do the old. We're gonna do the classic. The old 1-2. We're gonna try the old 1-2, see if that fixes the jank. Just gonna cover this up because I don't know what is going to be on the screen when I boot it back up. I don't think there's anything sensitive on here, but I just want to be safe. Wow, this is completely unresponsive. Yeah, my graph tab is being completely unresponsive right now. This might take a minute. I'm just gonna cover that cloth for a second. Okay, okay. Yep, there it is. Okay, we got our stuff back. Okay, let's see if it stops glitching out this time. Whoop. No, it's still doing it. I have no idea what's going on, to be honest with you. I actually don't know what's going on with this. It's very weird. I may have to actually restart this computer. I actually legitimately have no idea what's happening with this computer. It is being very sussy right now. Getting no inputs. Weird, I'm getting... Okay, there's my input. Alright, this is doing things very wrongly. I don't know what's going on. I can't tell if this is software. Maybe this is software. I'm gonna close the software. Exit. Yeah. We'll reopen the XP pen. Software. Yes, please. It doesn't know where the app is. Wow, it's reorganized stuff I didn't want it doing. Okay. Thanks, Windows. Alright. Yeah, this is I have not ever run into this before. I have no idea why it's misbehaving this badly. I've never had it misbehave this badly before. Where's the XP Pen app? Weird, I've never had this happen with my software before. Very odd. And Windows is not seeming to find the app. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. I don't know I think this could be software, to be honest with you. I don't really know. Windows, where is the app? Why won't you search for the app? It's not pulling it up. Windows is being very uncooperative. What the heck? Where is the app? Alright, XP and app. I may have to reinstall the software. Let's get the latest driver and software. Which one is this? This is the... Oh, I know the model. Should be a 15.6. Yeah, 15.6. This is the Pro. Yeah, this is the Pro. I'm just gonna get the latest one. Oh, there's actually a new driver anyway for it. Let's try that. Well, let's quickly turn into a troubleshooting stream. I have never, in defense of XP Pen, I have never had issues until today with their software, so this is kind of a first-time issue. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Agreements. Yes. Really? You're gonna do that. Alright. Yes, I have read the license agreements. Oh, it's called... the folder is Pen Tablet. I thought it would be under XP Pen. Okay, we're gonna install that. Oh, thank you, Mr. Zach, in the box. Thank you for the raid, my friend. You came in at a very interesting time. I'm troubleshooting some problems. Special delivery! Thank you for the raid, my friend. Let's see what you were up to. Give me just a second. Sorry about that. We are troubleshooting some problems. My graphics tablet decided to stop working when I needed it. Yeah, you know how that goes. Power. I've heard that's good. My sister, actually, funny, my sister just recently streamed that game. How are you liking Power World? By the way. What the barnacle? No, Fall Guys. No. Okay, well, Fall Guys... I don't know what Fall Guys just did. Okay, things are... several things are breaking. Fall Guys, please! Give me a second. Fall Bean, please. I just want that on for the music. Please. There we go. Boy, you guys came in at a... You came in at a very interesting time. But anyway, how was your stream, my friends? And welcome in, Raiders. By the way, if you could do me a favor and reload or refresh the page, I would appreciate it. I think that helps with the algorithm in some form. I don't know why. Oh, do you enjoy it a lot? I've heard it's good. Hannah said it was good. My sister. By the way, you should check out my sister, Raiders, if you have not already. She does daytime streams. Much, not quite this time of morning. Okay, I swear. Did I hit that install button? I swear I hit that install button. Oh, okay, I didn't do it. I swear I hit that install button. No, I don't... No, I'm not closing GIMP. Why would I want to do that? My, as you can see, I'm using a bit of a janky, setup for the graphics tab. You think this would be uncomfortable. It is not. It works surprisingly well. Considering I can still use my graph tab while also, you know, doing things. Well, I would be able to use it if it was working, which it is currently not. I'm reinstalling the software and see if it'll stop misbehaving. There's actually a new version of my software anyway for this anyway, so I think I needed it. I'm hoping I don't have to do a reboot. I don't really feel like doing a PC reboot right now. But I'm on a multi-rig, so it doesn't really matter. You can kind of see, you can sort of see when I'm working. Whoa, whoa, okay. Well, the zoom feature on this guy is not working. Alright, let me see if I can show off a little bit of what I'm working on. It's a Fall Guys themed emote. You can sort of see it's an Axolotl themed one. You can sort of see it from here, but it's kind of hard to tell. This is not a very good image, because this is not what normally you're not supposed to see the full screen camera. This is not how I would normally do it, but, things are currently breaking, and... Oh, no, it's gonna make me do a restart. Dang it. I was really hoping we could get away without that. That's fine. Alright, fine. Alright, that's fine. We'll do a restart. That's fine. We can do that. I was really hoping we could get away without doing that, but it wants me to do that, so we're just gonna let it do it. But this is the advantage. This is the main advantage of a multi system configuration is that you can do stuff like this. I can restart my main system, that's the heavy-duty one, without having problems. Because that's why I'm still talking to you, and I'm still able to keep going. We try the music running through the game, and that's dead now, but who cares? This is usually more, well, it's still kind of, it's still just kind of chill and sound boring. But it would also, it's not, this is usually not how this would go. I swear, it's something just does not want me to make this emote. Like, there is just there's just things, like, just that keep happening that get in the way of progress of this emote. Like, it's like yesterday I stepped on a piece of glass that was somehow on our basement stairs, and that made me be extremely late and not be able to work on it. And now my computer is, like, the software is deciding to misbehave for my graphics tablet, which is, I may have to remove that part. I might need to make a note of that. I may need to censor that part out. I'm now realizing I don't think I'll be able to re-upload that, because I don't know if I might have just, well, it's a local pin. I don't think it'll matter. I think I accidentally just showed a pin on, but that's fine. I might need to change that pin after this, though. It's fine. I just need to change the pin tonight. I'll have to get used to another one. Although it's just a local pin, you'd have to have my computer to actually do that. So I'm not gonna worry about it, because you have to have my computer to actually use that. That's not the password, that's just the pin. Alright, I'm gonna just spend a little moment to try to get everything back up. Hopefully we can get everything back up this time. I'm just gonna open the Epic game. Let's start with our music. Also, I'm going to need to get voice meter back up. It's going to take me a second to get things back up and running. Alright, I'm going to pray the graphics tablet's working this time. Okay. That's not quite right. That is not right. But it's better, I guess. It's still going to my other monitor over here. You can kind of see it in the corner here, like by the little lemon friend over here. That's still not quite good. I'm also going to just go ahead and get everything back up. Hopefully we can get things working a little bit better this time. Let's go back. I'm just going to open Fall Guys just to have the music. Hopefully it won't misbehave this time. Let's get voice meter up and running. There we go. I think the music should be back up now with the capture card. I'm assuming that capture card is working as intended and it's not doing stupid things. Let me see. Alright, that is actually working as intended. That's good. Now realizing I have the camera in the wrong place, fine. It's fine. Core Keeper for like 5 hours. I've never heard of Core Keeper. I'm gonna have to look at that. Let me see here. I think we're okay. Let me get GIMP back on the lower monitor here. The only issue is my pen tablet is still not behaving. I think it's software. I don't think it's hardware. I think it's software. Okay, it's using... Can I... Yeah, no. I want the full active area. I just don't want it using my monitor. All of my monitors. Okay, great. Can we use... No, one monitor, please. One full area, one monitor. I update... The software probably needed an update. There we go! Hey, there's the mouse cursor. Hey, you can see it now. There it is. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to. That's what it should have been doing in the first place. I don't know why. I think it was just a misconfigured setting that was the issue. The software drivers probably need an update, to be honest. Oh, did it reset my configs? Uh-oh. Oh, it's okay. I can... Incorrect profile version. What do you mean I can't import old Really? I can't import old profiles? Oh, that's bogus. Yay, I have to reconfigure this now. That's lovely. Lovely. I have to reconfigure this. Alright, my pen software has to be reconfigured because apparently when I updated it, it decided to reset my config, including all of my shortcut keys. So, nice. Okay. I need to, you know, redo it anyway. What's the driver panel? It does nothing there. Oh, it's probably this. Okay, let's make this one the flippy button. Oh, frick, what is my flip button? What is the flip button? Oh, it's that button. Okay, hold on, I can fix that. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. Oh, yeah, right. I had to close every single file. So now I have to reopen all of them. That's wonderful. Oh. It's a weird mix of Terraria and Stardew Valley. That's interesting. No, that is not. No, that is not a let's go moment. I mean, it's funny. It is funny though. At least it will be funny. It's just it's not anything bad. It's just annoying. Okay, I'm gonna give XP Pen some crap for their software. Why do you make it where I can't import? I literally have an exported profile. What is the point of being able to export your profiles if you change and update the software and you can't use it? What is the point, XP Pen? Why are you like that? Why are you making your software like that? Who thought at XP Pen that was a good idea? That person should be that person who thought that was a good idea should be demoted. Because that is not a very good idea. It is not great design. I mean, it's fine, but if you have a lot of profiles and a lot of apps, though, like, I'm just glad I didn't have anything heavier duty set up, like for Blender or anything too, because that would have really been annoying. I'm just glad I'm not getting back into Blender yet. Because yeesh. Okay, anywho, now that oh man, I have to redo this. I don't really have a saved image. Give me a second. I'm gonna check this. This frame I'm on? Okay, that's the frame we're on. Alright, maybe we can actually start making progress now. Maybe we can actually start making some actual progress. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to redo this again. That's fine. Well, okay, by the way, I'm using a tool for removing the background called clipdrop.co/remove background. I'll put that in the chat. Really useful tool for removing backgrounds. It's AI powered, and it's great because I can just do this. It's pretty effective. It's not perfect, so I'm using it to make something called layer masks, which in the last segment I did, you can see more about that. If you want to know how to do that. If you want to know how to do that yourself, I discussed how to do it last time. That's not how you do that. There we go. Alright, this time we should have a working image. Let's take a look. Now, fortunately, I think we can easily get the tablet reconfigured. It is going to take a minute. What was my button for flipping this? It should be a button. What button is that? It is the comma, right? Yeah, it's the comma. Huh. Not doing anything. That's odd. It's not doing anything. Is that actually the button I used for this, or did I use a different button? Dang it. XP Pen, did you have to reset my stuff? Did you have to make this harder than it needed to be? Alright. Now, where was this under? Huh. What the heck? Oh, wait, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why it's not working. I got these all little keys all look the same on this tiny XP pen display. Let's see that. It's still not working. It's not doing what it's... Oh. Huh, oh, it was the button. It's showing different ones on XP pen for some reason, but that was actually the button I was supposed to use. Okay, thanks. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Is that gonna work now if I hit number 4? Bingo. Actually, I might make it the top button. That's one I have to do a lot, so I'm gonna make that the top button. You know what? I've been needing to redo this anyway. It's fine. We'll just redo it real quick. Let's make... we'll make K2. What is... Okay, airbrush is one of my biggest tools. I'm gonna make that the airbrush key, which is... What key is that normally? That is A. I'm gonna make that A. The other tool I would use is probably the paintbrush, which is, P. We'll make that the third button down here. And then I think the fourth button is the obvious one. I'm gonna make that the erase button. Which is Shift plus E. There we go, that works pretty good. Well, that is certainly better than the way we had it before. Alright, technical troubleshooting out of the way. We can actually do things now. Now I can actually do things. By the way, for those still with us here, this is not my normal sort of stream. This is not like the usual status quo. So if you're looking for some different kind of content, that my earlier segments are going to probably have more. Oh, the wheel's reset. The wheel got reset. Still got to fix my graphics tablet. There's still some problems. Alright, let's fix the roller. I'm gonna disable the bottom two for now. Alright, we're gonna make this, alright, we're gonna make one brush size, and we'll make the other undo redo. Let's then make a big oopsie. Yeah, there we go. Very good. Now I can customize that on the fly. That is mostly fixed at this point. The only thing I will do is maybe disable the other shortcut keys just so they don't do anything. Except K7, that shows the driver panel, which is like the software for it. I will keep that turned on. Great, now we have a really quick way. I'm gonna have to get used to it, but I have a really quick way You know what? I actually have a use for number 6. I have a use. What's the color switching bind? X. Okay, we'll make that X. So we'll make K5. We'll make that the 5th button X for GIMP. Now I can very easily switch colors on the fly. Also, for layer masks, black equals erase and white equals add. Layer masks basically let me do this in a non-destructive way. So I'm not actually adding the original image. So if I want to add, I can add or move detail very quickly. I don't need to do anything crazy. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to work on fixing some stuff. It didn't remove the background very well in this area. I'm not entirely sure why it wasn't able to do it very well this time. So we're going to want to sort of clean that up. It usually does a little better than that. This spot in particular, though, seemed to have a couple of problems. So I'm just going to try to sort of clean that. I'm actually going to flip this. Yeah, I don't know what it was this time. It was the shadow. Interesting. So the shadow is what gave it a hard time this time. Yeah, that's fine. We can... Now, I'm just going to kind of loosely clean that up with the airbrush. A lot of weird things happening tonight with this. A lot of things I was not expecting to happen. I'm going to kind of continue cleaning up the edging. I really don't like how it edged some of this. Yeah, as great as the AI tool is, sometimes it doesn't do a very perfect job. This is why I'm using layer masks, though, because I want to make sure that we can go back in later and fix problems. I think, honestly, that was most of the problem, was the shadow. And there's still some issues I'm seeing, but we can fix that. Oops. We can still fix most of that. I gotta say, I am not impressed with this particular one. I think it could have done a bit better in a couple spots. Otherwise, however, I would say that is very much acceptable, I would say. There's the tail, and we're good. Alright. How about the confetti? Ooh, really unimpressed with that. I'm gonna go paintbrush. I'll go pencil, fill that in just to fix that. Ironically, I didn't have to really do that because that wasn't going to even be in shot, but it's fine. Little confetti wind effect wouldn't have even been in shot. Alright, well, this one's fixed up. I'm gonna just grab an eye drop and put that in real quick. And then, well, now hopefully the rest of them should come out a little better than this one did. But we're at 10 frames, and we only have, I think, what was it, 38 total? So we're getting closer. We spent about 30 minutes trying to deal with technical issues, but that's okay. That's part of the process. Sometimes that happens. That's part of the process of these. Sometimes computers get a little fussy about certain things, and sometimes that's just part of the process. Having to go in and you just have to kind of deal with it. I'm making all of these just for consistency, 768 by 768. We can recrop later. We do not want to crop now. We don't really want to focus on the cropping now, because if we do, it could be a problem. Which is not what we want. There we are. Alright, now on to frame 11. This is how... The animated emotes are definitely a pain in the neck if you want to do it right. If you want to get it just right. It's definitely a little bit more tricky. It has a huge payoff, though. Huge payoff if done correctly. But it's also a little more time consuming. I'm very unimpressed with this spot. That is quite noticeable, unlike the rest, so I'm just going to go in and just kind of... I'm going to fix that. I'm not going to be too much of a stickler, though, about this, because, again, this is going to get downsampled, or downscaled. So some of those issues may actually resolve themselves. I'm just going to use this. Otherwise, I think that worked pretty well. I wouldn't tweak much else. Because again, I don't want to get too much on this. Except maybe this. The frills are a little bit... there's a little bit to be desired. Otherwise, these aren't coming out bad. There we go. Alright, on to the next. Yep, it's legit. Just the same process over and over again. We copy the image, we go back, paste it in, new layer, alpha to selection, add a layer mask based on that selection, and we go look at it again. This one worked a lot better this time. And yes, there's some purple, but it's not noticeable enough for me to matter. It didn't do well over here. That needs to be fixed. We're going to fix the pink spots here. That really needs to be... Is that actually... Hello? Oh, I have the other layer. I had the other layer visible. That's why it wasn't working as intended. It actually was doing anything. It just didn't look like it because I had another layer enabled that shouldn't have been enabled. It's fine. I'm just going to remove some of these garbage pixels that shouldn't really be there. That went a lot faster, that frame. So that was good. At 12, that XCF. I'm making all these the same size for easy cropping later on, which you will see that will make a huge difference later in the process if we do it like that. Let's move on to 13. Again, same thing. I make it 768 by 768. Center it. I do this so it stays consistent, so that way we can like just make sure everything's the same. That just makes it easier to deal with later on. We export the file, and then we go over to clip drop. We bring our exported file over. Had a little trouble with one spot here, which we'll have to fix, but that's okay. There's a seam in the wall. I didn't really expect much. There's not a lot to expect there. It's still AI. It's still not perfect at doing this. But this is why you do it as layer masks instead, because then you can fix those issues without as many problems later. This definitely is going to have to be very heavily trimmed down. Make that brush nice and big, and we're just going to erase all of that. I might as well erase that if I'm doing it. Let's take a look. Now, outside of that little spot, let's see how else it did. That's fine. That's acceptable. There's some obvious pink spots that need to be removed. Right here. And right there. Perfect. Alright. Now, is there anything else? That is confetti. That is not a defect. That is confetti. That's a confetti wind effect there that you would see. Okay. Yep. All right. That looks great to me. Thank you. Appreciate that, my friend. Keep in mind, these are extracted, just for reference. These are extracted from a game, so it's not like from scratch. Although the removing the background part is mostly. It's gonna look a lot better once it's actually all finished and animated. Ah, 7 a.m. Ah, so you must be from the UK or from Europe. Or somewhere in that region. But anyway, welcome to stream, my friend. Welcome to stream, Santia. Yeah, we are currently working on this guy. We've gotten 13 out of 38 frames done, so we're doing pretty good, I'd say, on the pace. I'm just gonna keep going at it. Make this 7 by 768 by 768. Center this one. I believe this is 14 now. Ah, yes. That's a good question. If you're used to my sister's stream or come from there, you can transfer the coins between the channels. That is a thing you can do. It does take some time. Oftentimes. Ah, you have. So yeah, it works the exact same way on mine as it does on hers. So you can transfer them around whenever you want to. Just keep in mind, I would only do it when you need it, and just keep in mind, it does take a little bit. Although if you're gonna do it, this would be good. This is actually a good time to do it because I'm actually gonna do it after this bonus segment. I'm gonna do all the transfers because they have to be done manually, unfortunately. At least right now, until I figure out something for it. By the way, just one thing, keep in mind. If you're gonna transfer them, if you want to take them from Hannah's channel and bring them over to mine, go on her channel and redeem it there. Because when you buy it on my channel, you're telling me, okay, what do you want to transfer over to her channel? And it's weird until you get used to it. If I had it my way, the balances would be synced up, and we wouldn't have a transfer system in the first place, which is what I want to do eventually. I want to figure out a way to... I want to see if I can find some janky way to get that working, where we can just not have to transfer things, because it's a pain. Got you. But like I said, if you use it on this channel, it just won't go through, because it's... If you redeem it on this channel... it just basically says, okay, I want to transfer that 800 to Hannah's channel, and vice versa. If you redeem it on hers, it just says, okay, I want to transfer this to mine. I'll tell you what, though, this time I'll make a note. I'm assuming you want to transfer that to mine, I'm assuming. Hopefully that note goes through. If not, I'll remember it. Oh, nice. By the way, if you do the same command, I would just save up. If I were you, I would just save up for the permanent one. Unless you're changing it out all the time. In that case, the attempt's probably better. if it's a different command all the time. But if it's the same, if it says the same thing, just do the permanent one. Is it's, you know, in the long run. Plus, you can change it too. That's a little. I believe you can change it as well. I mean, I should know. I'm part of that too. But permanent commands can be tweaked. I believe, if you ask. I know on mine that's how it works. Okay, let's see. Tail is good. Body is not bad. That over there is good. How about the frill? The frills are where sometimes it has trouble. And right there it actually did have a little trouble. I'm just gonna fix that up. Yeah, that's better. Little bit here I don't like. There's some weird... Okay, the confetti here kind of had some problems. Yeah, that's a massive problem. Let's use the pencil tool. Swap the colors. I'm just going to do this. There we go. Boop. There we go. That's a little better. Because I want that to properly render. We don't want that to look all weird. Actually, I'm going to blend that. Let's use the airbrush. I really don't like that. Okay, that looks fine. Oh, it kind of messed up here, but that's okay. That's a tough spot anyway. Even for even for a person, that would have been hard. That actually would have been hard for even a person to detect. Alright, that otherwise... And don't worry about this little line over here. That's not going to be there. Anyway, that'll get cropped out anyway, so I'm not messing with those. There's no point. Alright, 14 frames. Now, 14 frames in. I'm just going to check that. Okay, that is the exact same frame. Okay, good. Alright, same process, same repetitive process again, but trust me, it's going to look good. And it's done. I'm actually glad I went with the confetti wind effect on this, because it actually looks quite nice. At least it will once it's actually finished. Now let me see. Let's go ahead and do the same thing again. I'm just going to hit export as 15 this time. Alright. Now we got 15. Let's put it through Clip Drops tool again. By the way, clipdrop.co/remove background tool. This will save you a lot of time. I remember doing this manually, and with some of them, it would take me an hour. With another emote project I did, it took me about an hour, or it took me like 30 minutes per frame to get done. Sometimes more. I started using this tool, and it brought that down to like minutes instead. Much, much more efficient to do it this way. I would highly recommend doing it like this. And not trying to, unless you're like doing a still, if you're doing a still image that's just one single frame, you could probably do it yourself if you wanted, but if you're gonna do a lot, like several, use this tool. You will thank yourself later. If you ever need to like remove an image from background, mix that with GIMP's layer masks and you will be having a much better time. I see why it messed up on this one. I'm still gonna just go in and fix some of that up. We now have 15 of these done. Quite the good progress. Okay. That's good. Now for frame 16, which will have to also be uploaded. I export that. Go back to the tool. Drag it in. Same repetitive process again. And let's take a look. Ooh, Oh, that's the lighting. No, that is lighting. Wow, it actually did really good on that. That is lighting. That is not background. Is that transparent or is that lighting? Okay, well, I'm impressed that it picked up that was not background. Okay, I'm impressed. This is weird lighting on the tail. I'm impressed that it picked that up and discerned it as not background. That's impressive. Because I think a lot of tools would have been tricked by that, but this one actually was really smart about it. I'm not gonna lie, that was impressive. This one's impressive. This one actually worked out really nice. Little confetti needs to be fixed there. That's fine. We can come back to that. The actual axolotl worked perfectly, though. And this confetti, I think, would have been confusing to anything. Because you can barely see it. Nice. All right. Save and move on. Good. We're making some good progress tonight, actually. We're making quite the good progress. Copy that, bring that over here. Oh. Ooh. Excuse me. Still getting over being sick. So you hear anything like that, that is probably why. Wow, this one came out really good. Noticing no issues at all with this one. Actually, you know what? There is a small one. Small, but I think it removed a little too much over down there. Which is fine, we can fix that. Get the airbrush, and I'm just going to add that back on. And the AI's defense, that is a little confusing with the lighting. I do that while the mask is disabled, so I can kind of see what I'm supposed to be doing. That is why I use layer masks. Because if you use a layer mask, you can edit things, and it's non-destructive to the original image, so you can actually make adjustments on the fly, like I just did there, and it looks really good. What is that light blue? Is that confetti wind effect? That is confetti wind effect. That should probably be. This actually should not be transparent. I don't know why it made this whole section transparent. That should not be transparent. But ironically, this pixel should. It should not. that's why you gotta kind of pay attention to these sort of problems when you're working on these. Sometimes it gets a little funky and will not work. It's still, this is why you need a human to check this stuff, because it's not perfect. The AI tool is really good. Like, ClipDrop's really good at removing things. It is not perfect. It is not perfect at removing things, which is always why you should use layer masks. Use it as a layer mask instead. Like, unless you're just trying to do it really, really, really fast for kicks, you should really use layer masking. Because otherwise, it's just, sometimes it's not going to come out right, and it's going to be bad news if you can't tweak it. And I'm also being I'm being particular enough, but I'm not being super particular. Because it's going to get downscaled anyway, just to fit the Twitch emote size, because of the way I recorded this. Let's see what ooh, the head. What happened to the head? The head did not work very well this time. That should at least have some pixels, I feel like. Like, it shouldn't be super strong, but it needs to be, like, enough to where it's visible. I'm not gonna lie, it messed up a little bit here on the head. Now, in fairness, in its defense, that's a little tricky. That is a little tricky in its defense. That would have... I could see why it was fooled. It only messed it up a tiny bit, though. It just needed a little bit, I feel like, up here. Maybe not even here. That's pretty good. It definitely messed up that eye a little bit. It definitely needed to be... A little bit of that foot is also messed up, / the head as well. Let me check around to see if it messed anything else up. Rest of that looks fine. Yeah, I'd say the rest of that's good. Very good. Now on to frame 19. There we go. Alright. Let's not put that in my image editor. Let's go back. Re-import. Alright, let's see how it did. I am not gonna lie, that is so far. Okay, yeah. Alright. Yeah, no, not gonna lie. That actually worked quite well. The tail even worked pretty well, it seems. Oh, my eye drops just dropped. That's what that was. I'm just gonna add a little bit back onto that. We are officially halfway there. Alright, on to number 20. It's gonna look really good once all the frames and all that come together. But for now, we're still just in the process of getting it all set in place. Let's take a look. Trickier one, that's lighting. Unlike the previous time, this time is much more acceptable of the frills, despite the fact that the shadow is sort of in the background there. That's acceptable, I feel like. Alright. I'm gonna blow my nose. I have a little bit of a problem, but it's fine. If you're wondering why you didn't hear anything, that's because I muted my mic this time. Because I had to like make it nice, not some nice sounding sound to clear my allergy stuff. I could use a little bit more. I think that's acceptable. No, do not merge. Can you do that? Oh, no. Well, that's interesting. Remove that confetti. I mean, it's out of shot. It doesn't matter. I don't know why I removed that yellow one. It's out of shot anyway. Like, it's not going to even fit in the cropping border, so it's fine. It's acceptable. How far is that out of shot, though? Let me see this. Oh, that's like way out of there. That's not going to show up. What's up, Boomerang Bud? Welcome to stream. Perfect. All right. Now we got to do 21. 21. Same method as before. Make it a specific size, which is 768 by 768. We center it. Export that as 21. Bop. Go over here. We bring it over. Feel like we're starting to get pretty close. We're certainly making progress. So how are you doing today, Boomerang Bud? How are you holding up? Let's see, that's turning out. Okay. Ooh, I don't know why it took a chunk there. That is not correct. That is quite bad. What else did it make me mess up here? Alright, this is why I use layer masks and not just make it fully automated, because that is a very bad error. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know why. There's no reason that should have been. I normally give the AI a little credit. I am not gonna give it credit that time. That was very odd. I don't know why it did that. There's no reason that shouldn't have been included. But that is why I do some of this work myself. Sometimes the tool isn't 100%... Actually, most of the time it's not 100% accurate. That's fine. But it's just way faster than having to do it all by hand, which I will absolutely take every time. Builder's half job? Like, half job? Like they mess something up? Like with your house, I'm guessing? Like what are they, like, what was the job? Huh. They didn't come back to... What? Huh. Weird. Is that a... You know, I was wondering if you're from Australia, because Boomerang. That's okay. Is that an Australian thing? Because I would not know anything about that. I think if that was in the United States, you would not be getting paid. That's crazy, though. Well, I'm glad at least you were able to get it done. How did it come out, though? Like, did it go pretty smoothly, though, at least? At least for the parts that you'd, like, you know, like, did have to work on. Okay. That frame is done. It went well? Well, that's really good, though. Well, I'm glad it went well for you, then. While you and your dad were able to get that fixed up. and working. If you don't mind me asking, what was the thing you were working on? If you don't mind me asking, that is. Alright. Got this going. Let's go ahead and do that. Alpha to selection, and then layer mask again. Alright, making a staircase. That's important. Is that a confetti piece? That's not in shot. I'm gonna ignore it. I can't ignore these. Those are in shot. Those will not get cropped out, so I have to fix that. Okay, let's see how it did this time. Okay, frills are looking good. What's going on with that confetti, though? That is not good. That could have been done better. Yeah, that could have been done just a little better, I feel like. Oops, I am erasing. That is not what I want to do. Gotta use... In layer masks, you have to use white to fill. Black acts like an erasing tool. Yeah, this could have been just a tiny bit better, I feel like. I think that's acceptable. Yeah, that's what's funny, isn't it? It's like, even though, like, people associate that with Australia, it was actually invented by something else. It's how that goes a lot of the times, isn't it? It's like how French fries were actually invented, in Belgium, not in France. So, unless I'm remembering that wrong. That's not an artifact, that's a confetti on the head there. So, okay. Ooh, what's this about? Okay, I don't like what it did that eye. We need to fix that. Gonna add a little bit of that back in. There we go. Oops! Oh no, we don't want to make Swiss cheese. Oh no. I have made Swiss cheese. That is a problem. We are not trying to make Swiss cheese. We are trying to add an eye back in. And the AI's defense, though, that is really hard to tell what is going on right there, so... I'm just gonna do this manually, I think. Paintbrush tool to do some harsher erasing, then the airbrush to kind of clean that up a bit. Oopsies. That's fine. We can make that work. Interesting. Isn't there like another? Isn't there like an actual version of the boomerang? Not like the one, like not the one that like that everyone knows about. But isn't there like I saw this in like forget the channel. They were talking about it. It's like they're like longer ones. They're like throwing weapons. Like they're really big though. Like they're much bigger than like not like the little handheld boomerangs. Like we're talking like the big, like they're huge. I thought though, I don't know if that was an Australian thing or not. I know that was a weapon. There's like another version of it. That's not the small one, but it's one of those like huge ones. Kind of like how Zelda, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom has. Like they have like some of those larger ones. I mean, they don't come back to you in real life, but they're kind of like that. I'm not a full expert on this sort of thing. I'm just remembering bits and pieces. Of things I've seen and heard. Okay, everything else actually came out really good here, to be honest. I don't remember that originated there, or where that originated from. I think that's pretty good. I think we can... I'm satisfied with that frame. We can save that. Let's get 23 up next. Also, again, that is not an artifact. That is a wind confetti that is about to spawn in. So that is actually... It looks... Some of these things look like artifacts. That's actually just the confetti things. I'm not noticing any stray ones. Let's take a look at the actual lotl here. That's fine. Yeah, that's pretty acceptable, I would say. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, no complaints about this one. How about right here? Yeah, no, that works. Works pretty good. And I don't think this one will show up in shots. Okay, it did a really good job on this one. Like there wasn't. I don't even know if I had to fix anything this time. Like it might have just been good out of the box, which is kind of. It's not all the time that happens that way, but it's nice when it does. Saves a little extra time, shaves a little time off. Alpha selection, add a layer mask, there we go. Just the same old process every time, but it works. Alright, let's see how it did. First glance, everything looks pretty good. I'm just gonna check any potentially questionable areas. Everything looking good so far. Oh. There's a very minor artifact right here. I'm adding pixels there. We don't want to do that. We want to remove pixels there. There we go. It was literally one tiny pixel, and that's all. Honestly impressive how quick this background removal thing is. Oh, it actually did mess up. And defense to the tool, that looks like it's a part of the background. That's not part of the background. But it does, defense of the AI tool, it does look like it's a part of the background. It blends in. But once again, that is why human intervention is needed for this tool. Is sometimes it will misinterpret different things for what they actually are. It's good to check for those little problems. That was a very subtle one. I think some humans would have missed that, to be honest. Genuinely, some people would have actually missed that. At least if you're doing it quickly. Alright. I'd say this is going quite smoothly. Outside of some minor hiccups at the beginning. There were some hiccups at the beginning, but that was actually not due to the emotes, or images. It was actually to do with computer issues or software-sided problems. But outside of that, it has been going pretty smooth. Now we're on frame 25. Out of 38, by the way, so we're doing pretty good. We're almost 3/4 of the way there now. Again, looks like we're doing pretty good. I'm gonna check that. That might be questionable. Oh wow, no, I did really good there actually. How's that head? That is actually correct. Okay. Ooh, I'm a little tired. Alright, that's not too shabby. Actually, wow, that actually worked right off the rip. There actually are 0 issues. That was a lucky one. Not a single problem in that frame. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, chat. I'm gonna, use the restroom for, 2 seconds. When I come back, though, I'm gonna keep working on this, but I'll be back. I'll be back in, a second. I'm just gonna leave it on the screen for a second. Alright. Let's get back on here. Let's keep going at it. What are we on now? 26? Okay. Okay, Windows. Guess we're not gonna grab that. There we go. Frick, can we make this a template? What the? I want to add a 1 in there. There's a tricky spot right there, but it's surprisingly, again, it's the lighting, not the background. No, Mr. Fritz, he's very cute. Let me tell you, he's a very happy bird. He's asleep at the moment, but he's quite adorable. And the funny thing about him too is he loves the streams. He always gets excited when we bring him up. When it's that time. And if you don't bring him up, he will let you know he's upset about not being up there where the action is. He'll start squawking and flapping like crazy, letting you know. Let me tell you, he is Mr. Personality. He is indeed quite adorable. Is there any other little confettis or anything that I missed? That one over there is not going to be in shot. That doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Wow, did this actually work without any hiccups either? Wow, we're getting kind of lucky with these. Getting quite lucky with these. Yeah, there's Windows again. Come on. There we go. Well, story about Mr. Fritz, by the way. I don't know if you know this story or not. But he was actually discovered or found by my cousin's neighbors. It was in their neighborhood. My cousin saw this bird in a tree. It was like a white, blue bird. Didn't quite look like a regular bird because it wasn't. It was a budgie. And one of their neighbors actually helped them out and retrieved him. She's like an animal person, so she was very good and careful about doing it. So he either got dumped or someone just released him because of this. So I don't think he got out. Like, knowing his personality now, like he likes being in his cage and just likes being in the house and on his perches. He's a bird of comfort. So he's not the type to try to get away. So I think someone dumped him, thinking it was either someone who thought it was good for the bird to be released, or just someone just wanted to get rid of him. But either way, it was in the cold of winter, So I'm glad the neighbors did retrieve it, because they wouldn't have he wouldn't have made it through that, because fortunately it wasn't cold yet. But then my my cousin's like, "Hey, do you guys want a bird?" Because she trims our hair. She's a hairdresser, so she that's how Hannah and I get haircuts. She just brings it up in conversation. We think about it for a bit. Hannah been talking about wanting a bird, and we say yes, and that's how we got Mr. Fritz. He was a bit nervous for the first little bit of time we had him. You wouldn't know it now, though. Oh, did you learn how to cut your own hair? That's a good skill. Yeah, my dad does that. Oh, yeah. I think it's funny. Did my dad was already cutting his hair. My dad he's the same way. He actually knows how to do like a style of his that I find impressive. My hair's a pain in the neck. I don't feel like learning how to deal with this. Mine's long too. If my hair was short, I think it'd be easy to cut my own. But I have long hair, so that is like not gonna work out. But hey, honestly though, learning how to do it yourself though, it's a good skill, because that means you don't have to pay someone to do it. Mine just happens to be a bit too particular. I don't have time to deal with that crap anyway. It'd just be a pain in the neck for me to deal with. But it's a good skill. It's a good skill to know. My sister knows how to do it a little bit. She can trim bangs. I actually had her recently trim my bangs, because they were in my face and I was tired of dealing with them. And I was just like, no, okay, I'll have you help me with this. And she did a really good job with it. So if it's a long time in between haircuts, sometimes I'll do that. I'll just have her help with that. But honestly, no, that's one of those skills that's really, really good to have. I think the confetti's good. What about the body? How about that little piece of confetti? That's actually, wow, that actually worked perfectly. Okay, yeah, there's the head. Yeah, wow, that worked perfectly, actually. Again, is that another one that just didn't have any issues? Okay. We're getting there. We only have 11 more. Coffin off and style of hair gel. If it works, it works. If it works, it works. And that is a nice thing too. It's your hair. You can do whatever the heck you want with it. As long as it comes out to your liking, that's what matters. $11 more frames. We can actually start compiling it. I didn't skip a frame, did I? Nope. Okay. I wanted to make sure. No, okay, we didn't skip a frame. That's good. I thought I did, but I actually didn't. I'm doing it right. That's good. That's lighting. That's not transparency, right? That is lighting. No, that's lighting. Slash rendering from the game. Which I'm not messing with that. How the head come out? Okay. I don't know. I think that could use a little work. I'm just gonna add. Is that airbrush? Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna add just a teeny bit. Yeah, I'm just gonna add just a teeny bit. I'm just gonna fill that in. And then I'll just do it manually. I'm just gonna remove a little bit of that. What I will do, though, is just make it a little transparent, just so it's in there. There we go. I think that needed a very light adjustment. Everything else, okay. Is this colliding with shadows? Okay. Surprisingly though, didn't need any work this time, which is good. I had some issues when the frills overlapped the shadow at points. It surprisingly did not do that this time, and everything else is great. I don't need to adjust this any further. I'll save it as frame 28 and move on. We have 10 frames left before the animation is complete. Hair removal cream. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know, man. I would not mess with hair removal cream personally. At least for me, I wouldn't. Especially if you could do something like that, because I have sensitive skin. Like, especially in my underarms and stuff, too. Like, it's a little more sensitive there. So that is that stuff would definitely be a no-go. Like, for me. Because I have sensitive, like, my skin's is just weird and sensitive. That sort of stuff. So I'm with you there. I'm with you there 100%. I guess if it works for somebody, fine, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to mess with that unless there's a purpose behind it, or a doctor tells me I need it. There we go. Alpha to selection, and then add layer mask. By selection, get rid of that layer. See how it did. Alright, big issue down there. And that is background. That did not remove at all. Seeing, is that artifacting or is that acceptable levels? That's acceptable levels of that. This is, the frills are an issue in this one. So that is going to need some work. Really? It was advertised as sensitive and just didn't work. Wait, the ingredients weren't even different? Or did it just, like, not work? Like, or did it just work the same as regular cream? Because that, if that brand's lying about stuff on their packaging, I just would not buy that again. Which you probably haven't. I'm assuming, because for obvious reasons. But dang. Oh, it's that kind of thing. Well, I mean, it's kind of similar. Yeah. Yeah, I always, I just stick to the, for me, I just stick to the electric razor for that. 'Cause yeah, I actually, fun fact, I do actually shave. I have to keep no hair on there as well, on the pits as well. Because it gets, like, if it gets too long, it just starts causing several issues for me. Like, it starts doing weird things where it'll start pinching me on its own. Like, it gets tangled up in itself in a weird way, and it starts pinching me when I move my arms the wrong way. I dealt with it for a while. I got tired of that, so I'm like, screw this. I'm just shaving it off. And I've been doing that since, and I do not regret it. Also, it prevents odor too, which is nice. It's a nice little side thing. But no, I got tired of it pinching me, so I just say, nope, bye-bye. Chop. I'm gonna clean this. I'm getting resistance on this tablet a little bit. I'm just gonna clean it with a wipe. There we go. That should be a little better. This didn't come out completely terrible, but yeah, the AI tool didn't do good. In fairness, I don't think it was anticipating the shadow. I'm surprised the other ones, though, do work. That's what's weird. The other ones do work. This one didn't. This is working, right? Yeah, okay, that's working. That's good. Alright. But it still beats having to do all this myself, which would just take me 10 times longer. I think I actually need to fill that in. Right there. Oops, I think I went a little too much. That's fine, we can fix that. There we go. This one had a couple of issues, but nothing. Is that confetti? That is. Wow, what a weird spot for it to show up. It like kind of blends in. Weird. I'm gonna check some of this other stuff out. Okay, the rest of this is fine. You know, I don't know why I didn't include some of that darker stuff there. That's a little weird. I don't know why I didn't do that. It should have. Yeah, this one didn't quite work as well as some of the other removals. Oh yeah, if you wear like small, especially really small sleeves, or like tank tops, yeah, that's definitely gonna be a problem. Especially tank tops, or no sleeves. There are definitely pros to not having armpit hair, though. There are definitely a lot of pros. Yes, it just depends on what you're going for, but I'm going for something that doesn't annoy me. Oops, I think I selected that. It didn't matter, it didn't do anything anyway. I just selected it. Alright, I'm happy with that result. Alright, there we go. I think we've got 29. We're getting close. I feel like when he's upright like this, with the shadow and the frills in the same, like, overlapping, I feel like that's when things get a little janky with the background removal tool sometimes. I do, actually. I go to a non-denominational one. Yes, good English. Non-denominational one in right in Cincinnati. I don't know if you've heard of a Crossroads at all. But that is a that is where I've been going for how many freaking years? Since 2008? 2007? It's 2007. We had some issues with other churches. My mom had a lot of health issues growing up, and though I know the one before that was just being extremely judgmental, saying it was her fault and she's not close with God or whatever. She was doing the best she could. It was just like this fluke health stuff that she could not control, and so we were just kind of moving on. And then the church before that had a bad pastor change. Oh, it gets even more messed up. Because the church before that, some new dinky pastor comes in and starts saying that like the disciples were actually high on mushrooms and that they like the whole resurrection thing never happened and that they stole him from the grave. Like just really like what everyone in the church was like, what? And so we left that one, and they went to that one, and it ended up being judgmental later on, and had its own issues. So that was a thing. Yeah, something like that. And that was like years ago. I don't even know if the Rogan podcast was a thing back then. But yeah, we left all those. Then we found Crossroads, which has been very good to our family. And they're really good for the community. They do all sorts of things for the community. It's just really, really good. They don't do the no judgmental nonsense and like that. They actually, say as they do. And Crossroads has been really good to our family too. Like they actually, a long time ago, I remember them actually helping us with our porch when we didn't really have, we didn't have the money to like fix it, and they helped our porch. They fixed our porch up when my mom was at her worst. This is before my mom could start doing stuff because she had a miraculous healing, which I won't get too much into now because I'm not good at the details on that as much. She's better to talk to about that. Same for Hannah, who's good at that. But back when she was in a wheelchair with the health problems I just mentioned. It was hard for us at the time to do that sort of stuff, so they stepped in and helped. And they also helped fix our kitchen, which had a massive thing. I believe they helped fix our kitchen. It was at least the porch. Maybe not the kitchen. I don't remember the kitchen. At least the porch. And I actually I've known back when it was like, because it's a mega church, but not like the... I don't want to like make it seem like the typical mega church where like, a bunch of rich stuckety whatevers running it and like, that kind with like all the controversies and whatever. Like it's not that, it's a different kind. It's not like those other ones. It's hard to describe because I don't want to fit it in with the other mega church branding that you hear about is the bad ones. But I remember back, like, a while back, I just grew up in it, knew a lot of people, still know a lot of people from there. We're now higher up, and whatever, just good stuff happening at Crossroads. I'm very happy with it. They do a lot of good for a lot of people, too. Oh, it's a frill. That is actually not background. Okay. I'm not happy with how that came out. Yeah. I could understand that, and trust me, there's... It just takes having baggage, right? It's just what I talked about here. Like, we had baggage in our old churches, and, right? It's hard. It's hard to find a good one, right? That, like, isn't gonna, like, whatever... It's a tricky thing. It's just, when you start, like... When places and people start focusing on the religion over the faith, that's when you really start to get into issues. That's the problem with men. That's the problem with man. They start putting religion, or like, in terms of like rules and regs, they start putting all that stuff. Like not like biblical stuff, like man-made stuff. They start putting that over people, and that's when things start to get sour. Yeah. Yeah, how long is a typical, from what you know, what's a typical one? Because I know for, like, mine, it's like, it's like, what, 40 minutes at most? 30? Or is it 20? Is it 20? No, not 40. Is it 20? I don't know. I know. I've heard some places where they're like 40 minutes long. Or not 40 minutes, like 4 hours long. I'm like, ooh, holy crap. I don't know how. I respect people who can. If that's your thing, great. Good. I'm very happy for you. I'm glad that's your thing. I'm glad you like that. I could not do 4 hours. With my ADHD self, that would drive me... I would have a hard time, I think, after 4 hours. I could see that. I don't like that pixel over here. Hold on, I'm gonna fix that. There we go. Little too much. Little too much. There we go. That's better. Yeah. You know, honestly, if that's the thing you're about, honestly, you might actually like Crossroads. That might actually be up your alley, because they're very, down the earth and to the point. Like, they're real. Like, it's like, their whole thing, their whole slogan is literally, it's like, back in the day was like, it's for people, a church for people who just have given up on religion, but not on God. That was their whole thing. You might, it's that, they have a lot of online stuff. I'm not, like, now here's the thing, I don't want to come off across as that guy. Like, oh, there's my church, you should go do the thing. Like, this is just, like, a thing you can check out on your own time if you want to. I'll put a link in there if you want to check it out. Because they do have online stuff, like, online-only stuff, if that's your thing. But, like, you don't feel obligated, like, don't feel like you have to because I did. I'm just, like, putting it in if you want to check it out, but I do not want to come across like, oh, I'm just doing this because whatever, and I don't have any, I have no spins on this. I just want to point that out if you want to. But they're a lot, like you said, like, we're just to the point. It's not like just dragged out, whatever. If my butt can handle it, then anybody can handle it. In the sense, like, in terms of, like, actually being able to pay attention and, you know, not feel like it's just going on for years and years. Okay, how is this coming out? Okay, it actually even picked up the light that this was lighting. That's impressive. That's really good. I think everything else is pretty good. Just a couple fixes were needed. It might need one right here too. Or is that a frill? Is that a frill or shadow? That's a frill. We don't want to mess with that. Okay, I think that came out pretty good, personally. The confetti is fine. Confetti wind is fine. Oop. Alright, 8 more frames. How long are we going without this? Oh, only 2 hours? That's not bad. And considering a half hour that was, like, just fixing problems, that's not bad. Yeah, that's good time, actually. That is good time. I'm forgetting which frame I'm on. There we go. Alright, that is That is much better. Alright. I actually know what I'm trying to do. Alright. Let's get back to the tool. Let us get back to it. Let's see, 31. Now, he's different rotation this time, different orientation, so I'm hoping that this... Whoopsies, I didn't mean to do that. No, to new layer, not from visible. Layer mask, there we go. Let me see. Well, let me see here. How is this working? Okay. That actually might have worked pretty good. Did it cut a little bit of that arm off? It did, a little bit. I think it could have been done better. I'm gonna fix that. Real quick, like, I think it could have done just maybe... Oh, I don't know, though. Ooh, I don't know. That actually might be pretty good. Yeah, actually I did pretty good. Okay, maybe a little bit was needed there, but I didn't need much. Or is that like the foot? Yeah, just the foot needed a little bit added back on there. Okay, tail is good. Okay, body's good. The frill, how's the frill? Frill it appears good. Even the part, wait a minute. It removed a little too much from that. This is why I gotta go back and double check stuff. Sometimes it gets a little overzealous. And removes just a little too much. Like that, in that case. It wasn't by much, though, mind you. Alright, that looks good. Whoa, wait the friggin' second. What the heck? Oh, I thought it was a cheek. No, that is confetti. That's confetti. Also, hey, thanks, voice crack. Very cool. Very nice. Very good voice crack. 10 out of 10. That's confetti. I thought it was a cheek. And I thought it removed some of the face. No, that is a confetti. Also, the pink. The cheek is pink. I don't know why I thought that was a cheek. I don't know why I thought it was blushing. That was not blush. That was that. That needs some work as well. I'm gonna fix that. That could use a little bit more of the airbrush. Oh. Oh. Jeezel. Oh, that actually needs to be filled in too. Hold up. Too big a brush. Let's go down a bit. There we go. That's good. I don't blame it for not getting that properly. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard, you know. Yeah, I feel like what you're describing there is just a country club, right? There are churches like that that treat it like a country club. It's kind of that weird thing. That's not a great way to do it. It's supposed to be about helping other people and being there for other people. It's not supposed to be some weird. It's not supposed to be some weird. Oops, I got stuff on this. Fuji on this. It's not supposed to be some weird country club where it's like all inclusive or whatever. That's not the way. That's not how the early church worked either. Like back in ancient times, like when that movement started. Back during biblical era. There are definitely some problems within the political side of the church spectrum, so to speak. But again, I feel like a lot of that, just at the end of the day, it just comes down to human nature at the end of the day, because it's people are people. They're gonna do dumb things, and that's just what people do. I'm afraid, and sometimes it unfortunately leads to things like that, where it just ends up not being what it should be, right? I understand where you're coming from, because that stuff drives me nuts. Like that, just people not doing the right things. Well, I relate to that. I understand how you feel about that. The world has a way of making, grouping people a certain way. At the end of the day, though, everyone's kind of you can kind of be a misfit or an outcast if you think about it. I mean, I was like that back when I was younger. Still kind of like that. Didn't always feel like I fit in necessarily. Let me see. How'd that turn out? How's that confetti? That could be better. I'm just gonna add a little bit to the airbrush tool. How's that look? A little more. I'm gonna just do this, mate. Oh, no. But relatability is a good thing. I think that's the problem, though, right? It's like, that's more of like it's just other people being superficial. That sort of thing. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. That's just, I was just gonna say. Authenticity. I think that's different from being an outcast. I think that's just being authentic and real. Which is, again, the issue I had with the other churches that we went to. Is it just wasn't very authentic. It was very country clubby. It's very like disingenuous, right? I think that's like just a characteristic that's just good in general, is to be authentic. That is one thing I always try to do. I'm not perfect by any means with anything I do. When it comes to like even just streaming, that's one thing I really try to do, is just be real and authentic about things. Like, I don't fake around. I don't try to like just do whatever. I don't try to like make drama or try to like do anything that would be like not authentic or real. Like, what you see here is what you get in real life too. That's my philosophy on it. Like, what you see is what you get. Like, flaws and all. I don't try to hide. I try to improve on those said flaws, but I don't try to like hide that, hey, I'm a real person at the end of the day. I just think that's a good thing in general to have. Okay, that shouldn't have been... I don't know why it added transparency there. That was a little odd. I understand why it did it there, though. I'm gonna airbrush this just a little bit. Oh, should I airbrush that, actually? That's a tricky one. I probably should a little bit. That probably needs a little bit of airbrushing. Just to fix the transparent pixels that shouldn't be transparent. Let's fix that. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, like define a Chad for me. What I know it's a meme. Well, I know people use that as a joke, and sometimes it's a positive. But what's a negative for that? I'm still learning meme culture and modern lingo. I think that's something forever. I'm always gonna be learning. Poor chat, they always have to tell me things because I'm old. Don't get all your young lingo. Goes right over my head. Like the meme, yeah. Truth be told, though, no one's really perfect, though. They might try to make it look like they're perfect. They might try to pass it off like they are. No one is. I think it took a little too much off of that spot over there. I think I need to fix that. Yeah, let's fill that in a little bit. Okay, otherwise, pretty good. Six more to go. Not too far away. Not too far. Let me just check to make sure I didn't miss a frame. Nope, okay, we're good. Thought I missed the frame. How long? 4 years old, actually. I was 4 years old. That's when I actually still remember it. Actually, it was in this very room when it all started with Jesus. I remember the exact lighting and everything. Like, what it was like day, but like there was just like it was a little bit of natural light coming into the room. Lights were off. Well, the natural light lit everything up. I just remember asking him, come to my heart that day. And it has been like that ever since. It was a short and simple ask. No fancy words or anything like that. It's just about like me today, really. So, you know, not much has changed there. But I'd say for quite some time now. But I'm still learning things every day. There's still a lot I still have to learn. Although I feel like in life there's always things to learn, I suppose. Well, not suppose, that's just a fact. Alright. How are we looking? How's that arm? That's good. Look around. How's the confetti? That's always the stuff that tends to have problems. I understand. I mean, if it's anything like you've talked about too, I don't. It's hard. Especially if you've been burned, right? Like by people. Like, it can be hard. Like, to deal with that. I'm gonna fix that. That frill wasn't. I don't know why there's transparency there. There shouldn't be transparency on that spot. I don't like how that came out either. I didn't misclick there, did I? I cannot tell. I think I might have. Yeah, that's fine. I'll go ahead. No, this is a no judgment zone from me. So you don't have to worry about whatever. That is not my place anyway. Is that supposed to be filled in all the way? I think that's supposed to actually be filled in all the way. Ooh, that's a tricky one. I think that was actually supposed to be filled in. Yeah, that was a weird one. Ah. Yep, oh, I relate to that. Oh, oops. Oh, you didn't see that. That is oopsies. I erased when I was supposed to add. Oopsies. Let's see that. I see. She's going out with somebody. I see. Ah, so you didn't... Didn't tell the parents. I'm guessing there was a reason for that. Oops. Okay, so he was Christian. Ah. Okay. Don't know why I didn't get that spot there, but that's fine. Yep. Okay. So the mom didn't like him. Oh, I think that's not supposed to be transparent. This one came out weird. Ooh. Oh, like they were going, like the mom and like sister were going at it? Ease. I understand that feeling. I understand that feeling 100%. I think the body needs to be fixed up a bit right there. Okay, that one came out good. As a very complex situation from what it seems. Did I just do this frame? I just did this one. Oh. So that's when things start to get complicated then. So what was the verdict there? So what kind of led to that? Like, what was the church? And I guess your parents. What was happening with that? Oh, because it was awkward. Hmm. Hmm. Well, that's what it doesn't. You see, the church. That's the thing about the small C, right? Because the overall church is just like the entire group. That's just the entire faith, right? And the small C church is just the building. That's just where you go, like to learn and grow. It's different from faith, though, right? It's very different. So you walk past the library. And no, alpha selection. Yes. Okay, let's see how this came out. This is gonna be a weird one, I feel like. Oh, no, my surprise. Pleasantly surprised this one. Okay, that actually mostly worked. I think they could use a little work on that confetti, though. Yeah, we're gonna fill that in a bit. That really needs some work. Jeez. Oh, it really messed up that frill. What the heck? That needs some work. There we go. It's a little better. I don't like that pixel. There we go. Always the confetti. Always the confetti, it seems to break down. Oh, did it kind of break down the arm too? No, that's fine. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, go on with that. I wanna hear that. Yeah, okay, yeah, that arm Yeah. Oh, wait, did I delete? Uh-oh. Oops, I think I accidentally deleted pixels and I was supposed to add them. Whoopsies. I can see that. I think that's fine. On the head's fine. But yeah, continue. Okay. Interesting. Did you learn? So what happened with the cards, though? Like, after, like, a year, like, what was the story of the cards? Like, what events led up with that? Like, what did the cards lead to, should I say? And did they say any, or did they, were you told anything in a sense? Also, I think this frame's good. I understand the suffering and pain. I do. I really do. Alright, let's keep this one in there. We're almost there. we're getting there. Just a little bit more. Oh, did it remove a confetti? Or is that a shadow? Nope. Oh, it did actually, it did remove... It did sort of remove a confetti. Interesting. Interesting. Uh-oh. Removed a little bit too much from that spot. I don't understand why. It kind of blends the background, but that's not supposed to be like that. There we go. And it came out bad. And what was the news? But yeah, what was the verdict with that? Now, this is the thing with tarot cards. Now, I'm not saying they don't work. In fact, that's the problem. They do. Oh, so it went wrong. Here's the thing with that, though. Actually, I'll let you, I'll get to that in a second. I want to hear what happened first. And then I'll give my 2 cents on it. But I don't want to do that unless I know the full story. And again, this is not from a judgmental place. Let me be very clear. Anything I will say will not be from a judgmental spot. I'm sure there's other baggage and things you have. I do not want to add to that. Here's the thing with those cards, and really anything like that. Like, they can work, but it really begs the question, where is that power coming from? Where is the source of those answers coming from, right? I'm gonna be really honest with you. Don't mess with that stuff. That is some, like, anything involving dark magic, just don't mess with it. It's a scary and dark thing that can happen. Yeah, and I agree. That's a good thing to get out of. Because to be clear, my mom, when she was very, very young, her and her friends messed with the Ouija board. I think she'd be okay with me telling this story because of the context here. And it actually predicted the name of her husband, which is Adam. It actually answered that question. The problem is this stuff, there's really only two places where this information can come from. These sources of, I guess, quote-unquote magic or power come from. There's two sources. It's heaven or hell. It's light or darkness. There's no in between with any of that. And a lot of this stuff tends to get its source from dark places. Darkness. Actually, Saul, King Saul in the Bible, going back to the Old Testament here, is basically just a king that looked pretty good at first. Israel wanted a king. Prophets basically said, no, it's a bad idea. You really don't want a king. You really got to be in charge. Not a good idea. People wanted it anyway, and God let him have a king. That ended up being Saul, and was good at first until he would end up being a just total loser later. Just trying to kill David, basically his successor later on, because basically he was just not doing things well as a king. He was just bad. Epitome of what a king was. So he went to see a fortune teller and basically predicted his death and his downfall, which is exactly what happened. They were losing the war bad, and he impaled himself with a sword. Be careful of that sort of stuff. And also that stuff, like that sort of stuff might seem friendly at first, until it starts to manipulate you. It's a lot. Actually, Star Wars really got a lot of it right with that. The whole manipulation of it. Of the whole light and dark side thing. Didn't even know what they were writing in that. I guess my question is, how are you holding up now, though? Like, after all that is said and done. Like, what's the situation now? Like, how are you holding up? I mean, how are you doing? How are things with that situation still? I think that's the more important question. Is like, how are you doing? Like how is everything going with that? And also, I'm sorry you had to like go through all that hard stuff. That is a hard place to be put in. That is a hard spot to be put into. And I'm sorry you did have to be put in that position. That sucks. That is not a fun, sucky position to be put into. And as for what happened, like I don't like what you like with tarot cards, whatever. I get it. And I'm very happy for you, dude. I'm very happy for you. Yep, and I agree. It is like that. It doesn't matter what it is. There's bad stuff everywhere. It just depends on how you go at it and how you deal with it. I'm proud of you, man. That's a hard thing. That is a hard thing to get out of. I want to let you know, like, God sees your pain. He knows the pain. He knows the struggle. And I tell you, as a guy who goes through pain and struggle myself, like, let me tell you, and has been through that, and is still going through it, really. Like, I get it. I see it. And I'm sorry you had to go through that pain. It sucks. Let me tell you, there's no moseying around it. It sucks. It is not fun to go through. It is crap. Especially when you are going through it. I'm glad it led to something really good for you, though. I'm glad you got to a better place with it, and you grew. I'm very happy that worked out that way for you. Really am. Got rid of the confetti. And like I said, man, I'm sorry you had to go through that. That sucks. I wish you didn't have to like go to a source like that just to get anything, like any sort of affirmation. I'm sorry, I really am. I'm sorry you had to feel like you had to go somewhere like that to like, or anything like that to do that. That just sucks. I just want to let you know, man. Just keep pursuing Jesus, right? Just don't worry about the religious nonsense. Don't worry about any of that, what happened in the past, or in what could happen in the future. Just keep going at it, because He sees you. He knows your heart. He knows what you're about. Keep going at it. Just keep persisting. It's gonna be hard. There are gonna be hard moments. And I promise you, it will work out. Right. That's okay. Everyone has ups and downs in their journey. That's okay. That's just a down, right? But you've learned from it. That's the key. Is you've learned. He doesn't care anymore. God doesn't care anymore about what you did then. He cares about what you're doing now and what you've learned from it. And He knows your heart. He cares about your heart more than anything else. And you know what? Maybe this is a very good thing happening even here, right? Like, of all places where a godly the conversation like this can come up, I don't think anyone would have expected me working on a spinning rolling axolotl emote. It's crazy how the spirit can move like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. That stuff can hit on a very deep level. Absolutely. Abso-friggin-lutely. Let me tell you, there's a lot of hard journeys my own family people had to deal with. Like, outside of the health stuff with my mom, she had to deal with a lot of baggage. A lot of bad seeds that were planted by her own mother. She had very, very narcissistic mother. Very bad situation with that. She had to really work. She had to work her butt off to even fight the tendencies that her mother had off. I'm proud of my mom, because she really worked hard to kick those patterns. I'd say she did pretty good. But that stuff's hard. That stuff can absolutely manifest like that. It's hard. Interesting. Okay. It needs to include a little bit more of that body in there. Oh, I'm erasing. Don't want to do that. We want to add. Otherwise, pretty good. All right, well, 2 frames left to go. 1. There we go. Well, I'm glad you felt like you were able to talk about that with me here. I hope that that just mentioning that helps a little, even just a little bit, with your whatever you've got going on, right? In your journey and all of that. And listen, if you ever have any questions, if you ever need to talk, just get anything off your chest, I am always around. My DMs are open too. Even outside of stream, right? If there's ever anything you need, you just let me know. And if anything like that ever comes up again. I am more than open to talk about it. Need to fix this up a little bit. Just a tad bit. That is a tricky confetti. And watch that airbrush. Getting a little too close can be problematic sometimes. I'm gonna flip this. I think this is more of a right-hand job. I was trying to be quick about it, but I think I should just hit the flip button. There we go. I understand that. It's a journey. It's part of the journey sometimes. I understand the pipeline, man. I completely get it. I mean, heck, it was even a thing back in ancient times. Really isn't much new under the sun. With that sort of thing. Back in the day, people were burning, really... who came to faith, they're burning, really valuable, dark magic books and things like that. So I absolutely get it. I really do. It's a hard thing, right? It seems like an easy solution to get answers. I get it. At least at the time, right? At least it feels that way. It's not like a great solution, necessarily, but I understand where you're coming from with it. I don't blame you. Especially if you have, like, baggage from stuff like that, right? Like, I don't blame you at all. Well, I get it. That stuff is sussy. More sus than Among Us. But I get where you're coming from, man. I really do. Among Us really has broken my humor. Now I'm using it in deep conversations, and somehow it all goes back to Among Us. Oh. My brain has really been broken by Among Us. What is it doing on that head there? I don't blame the AI for missing that, but that is not... That took a little too much off the top there, I think. That is actually lighting. That is not background. I understand why I would mistake it for background there. That's kind of close. But it's definitely not just background. That is also lighting. Oh, that is also not... Ooh, it really... I think I mistook the cheek. I think I mistook the rosy cheek for a background. Boy, it really had some trouble with this one. Everything else seems pretty good, though. The Frill didn't have any issues with shadows either. That's impressive. That usually has trouble with that. Alright, this is potentially the last frame. Once we get this, we are ready to start the next phase. Alright. Progress. Boop, boop. Having trouble with this one. There we go. Still, even though it took a little longer on that, that was still pretty fast, I would say. Let's take a look. A little confetti. All right. Let's see how it did. Okay. Alright, I did pretty good, I think. I don't see any real issues. How's the head? How are the frills? Frills are a little tiny bit messed up with that shadow. we're gonna have to fix that. Where is the shadow? Okay. Top. Okay, kind of gets all three, but mostly affects. Okay, yeah, it's affecting all of them. All right, let's fix it. All right. It's very subtle, but it is definitely there. Definitely a problem. I'm gonna make that brush a little, just a tiny titch smaller. I'm trying to be careful. I don't want to erase too much, which I might have actually just done there. Nymph, please. All right. I still don't really like how this is right there, but that should be pretty passable now at this point. Let me inspect that without the layer mask. Yeah, a lot of that is shadow. We do not want that in there. That should be better. Also, why is that transparent? That should not be transparent. That's the head. We don't want the head quite looking like that. I think that's mostly acceptable. I will add a little bit more back on. Take off that remnant garbage. Yeah, that's pretty good. Is that a confetti? It is a confetti. Add that sucker back in. There we go. And it's in shot, too. We have to add that one back in. Yeah, that's acceptable, I would say. That is quite acceptable. Alright. Hold on. Is that going to be a problem? Is that line a problem? Alpha to selection, please. That might be a problem. We're just going to make a thick brush. Oh, wait, I have to get rid of the selection and then do it. Just to be on the safe side. Alright. That's really good. Let's show the layer mask. Yeah, show the layer mask. Okay. What the heck? Ooh, wait a minute. You know what I might want to do? Starting with this, we're going to have to probably go back and fix this mask. That's a little messed up. What I might want to actually do is go back and check on some of the layer masks that we've worked on previously. Again, nice thing about layer masks, you can go back and fix them. It might be a smart and sound idea Despite the fact that we have all 38 frames, I'm going to go back and check them just to make sure there aren't any additional problems that could show up later. Give me just a second. Oh wait, no, we're fine. I can close this. Huh, it's telling me 35 has an unsaved change. I guess I better save it. I'm just gonna close and reopen it to clear my work. That is not the correct monitor, but that's fine. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom one more time here, and then we'll finish up. All right. Well, several removals of backgrounds later and one deep conversation later, we have all 38. Ready to go. All right. Baguette. I heard there are breads or baguettes in Power World. I saw Hannah talking about it at one point. My nose is leaking. Shoot. Hold up. I gotta get a tissue. Oopsies. Tripod. There we are. Alright, back to it. Now, we have checked. We have now gone through 38, but we're gonna do a... Dang it, spoogie on my monitor again. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting over being sick too. Don't understand that. Alright, I actually will clean up this line from the layer mask. Because if I'm gonna have to check every single one, I might as well do that at the same time. But that's not why I'm doing this. I'm checking for stuff like last time. No. I can, but first of all, I can handle it. I'm very good. I'm a very good listener. I am very good listening to that. Plus, you did it in a way that wasn't just a trauma jump just because. It was actually a really important, serious conversation. It wasn't just a trauma jump. Not my jump. Dump. English again. Also, don't worry about me either, because this does not affect me at all. Except me apparently saying words. I think that's just a me problem. Sorry, hello? What the heck? Checking for artifacts. Well, I'm curious. If I reload this. Okay, so you do have to not show it when you save it. Otherwise, it will save it like that. But right now, I'm just going through each frame and checking. Actually, you know, I'm also going to check for other issues too while I'm at it. Like that one shadow issue I talked about. Just going to check for anything noticeably bad, but I am mostly checking for invisible problems. I mean, hey, fair enough. Yeah, you can wait till around then. I'll get you a Domino's gift card. I'll take a look around. Let me know if you change your mind though, because I don't want to get it until I know for sure. But it's a good idea though. It's a good way to do it. But just let me know when you want it, and I'll go ahead and order it. I keep disabling the layer mask instead of showing it. Not noticing any. Most of these are not showing any problems, which is really good. I know it's a pain to have to go through these, but it's worth it. It's just worth it to see if there are any potential issues that need to be worked out. It's worth checking. Yes, it is. That's why, actually, that's funny. That's why we're actually working on this. Because there's a Fall Guys LTM that is out right now, too. And we're doing snipe games tomorrow, and I think this would be a good emote to showcase during that. I think people will like it during that segment. Which is why I'm still at it. It just takes a while to make these darn things. Alright. Some minor stuff. Really nothing so far of importance. Like, nothing that's like... Okay, some of these shouldn't have the other layer hidden or visible. Outside of that, though, I am not seeing a lot of real issues. And that stuff I'm doing there, I'm just doing it while I'm in here, because it's not really important. But only that one layer has shown issues so far, but I am being extra cautious. Unless I could do this with a mouse. Because you never know. There might be something I don't end up being fond of in one of these that wasn't supposed to be there. We could have it'll be a lot harder to fix once we actually get it over there. Excuse me. And again. Ugh. Ugh. Excuse me. Yep, like I said, though. Better to check for this stuff now than later. Alright. Oh, there actually is a problem here. Ooh, there is a problem. Yep, this is why we're checking. There actually was a decent problem. It's not major, but it's like enough to where it is a problem. Now, are those confettis, though? Are those confettis or actual problems? No, those are real problems. That is background. We do not want that. Alright. We're just gonna... Yeah, by the way, this is what a layer mask is. What you're seeing, the black and white, that is what a mask is. And the white, you can see, is all... That is all just full pixels, and the black is transparency. This is also another nice thing about layer masks, is you see it as black and white, so it's pretty easy to just differentiate everything. And it's great for detecting issues like that. I would have never noticed that if it wasn't in black and white only. Never would have noticed that issue. And this is why layer masks are really nice, because they can point out issues like as raw transparency. I would have not noticed. Like, I don't think anyone would have seen that. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Talk to God about your pains and struggles. Like, there are entire books. There's literally a book called Lamentations in the Bible. There's an entire whole book about it. It is very healthy to talk to God about your emotions. It is extremely healthy. In fact, He wants you to talk to Him about it. Just the raw, like, emotions of it. Is that an error? Oh. Sort of. I'm gonna remove it. It didn't make it in shot anyway. But it is 110% healthy to talk to him about it. Absolutely. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. It's fine. Alright, we're back to 16. Getting through them little bits at a time. Oopsies. I keep disabling the mask. I think that part's supposed to be there, that little speck of stuff. Yeah, that's supposed to be there. I keep disabling the mask when I want to not do that, when I want to just, like, edit the darn thing, or show the layer mask. Alright, we got... Is that 17? That was 17. We're on 18. Yeah, we absolutely need to check every single frame, because I don't know what could be wrong. There was actually nothing wrong with this one. Yep, nothing wrong with this one either. We don't need to do anything here. How about 20? Anything under the hood? A little bit. little bit, but that's not real. That doesn't really count. That would get cropped I'm just removing those little lines and streaks anyway from the background, even though they'll never show up in shot anyway. Don't know why I hit the layer on that. No issues. That's good. Is that in shots? Is that supposed to be there? That has a whole piece of confetti. Is it even in crop though? I don't even think I'm not messing with this. I'm just gonna get rid of it. It's not even gonna show up in shot. It's gonna get cropped out. Not messing with that. Alright. 23 now. Alright, let's take a look. Show mask. Okay, that looks fine. How about 24? How about 24? There is an issue down here, but I don't think that counts. Okay. Minor, but nothing actually wrong with this one. Same here, there's that little line, but that'll get cropped out anyway, so that wouldn't even make it in the final. Even if it wanted to. Same scenario with this one. So far, I gotta say, most of these have worked. There were some minor problems with some of them. But very few problems so far. Which I think is really good. Well, we got a clanker. It's a clanker. We have the clouds. We don't like the clouds. Those are bad. We do not want them. No dust, as I'm going to call it. No powder. Some of that's hard to tell. Some of that might be light bleed from the actual display and from the white. Some of that might even be from the room, but I'm not going to take my chances. Oh, nice. Bad randoms are bad randoms, though. That is part of the Fall Guys experience. In the squad mode is just it's either gonna be good. The randoms are either gonna be good or not. That's just how it is. I've heard I don't know how, I think if it's Extreme Squad or Stream Show, I don't think that has matchmaking, but I know they added matchmaking like to the regular squad, so I heard it's based on your crown rank. I said that oddly and poorly. Why am I struggling with some of these words tonight? Anyway, so yeah, I heard they based it on crown rank though, which I don't know about that, Chief. I mean, I guess it would keep the absolute sweatiest players who have way too many crowns in Fall Guys at bay. I feel like that wouldn't hinder some other... Actually, no, I'm going to fix this too. Hold on, there's an issue here. There we go. I mean, maybe. We're mostly doing snipe games tomorrow, though. But maybe. Fault beans. Beans. But for those interested, that is happening. I guess you would call that later. At this point, I mean, this is still this is basically my nighttime right now. But you know. Oh, nice. You have cats too, memes, right? Is that right? Or a cat? I know a few people who have cats, actually. I know the Scientist of Oranges has one. My buddy Alex, IRL buddy of mine, has them too. Oh, nice. Oopsies, I moved the window. Yep. This is definitely a this is definitely a no cat zone in this house, unfortunately. Now, ironically enough, Daisy gets along with cats. You wouldn't think so of the dachshund, but we brought her over to her cousin's one time. She actually did not do anything with the cat. She was not bothered by the cat at all. By their cat, but she was actually more bothered with their dog. The dog actually drove her nuts more than the cat. Which is funny enough. The other two dogs, though, they do not like cats at all. And our dog, Lily, does not like cats. Not one bit. And obviously we have a budgie, so that is also another reason to have it as a no. And there's a Fuji. I mean, it's out of shot. It won't do anything, but I'm still going to remove it. It would still get cropped out, but... You know. Alright, we're almost back to our main frame. We've almost gone around the horn. And at this point, we're not really finding any issues. And I know 38 probably does. Ooh, it's a clanker. That's a bad one, too. That goes right through. That intersects right through, too. I'm gonna try to just be gentle about getting rid of this, but it's in a tough spot. It's not too tough, though. The rest should just paintbrush and should be fine. Yeah, that was a nasty one. See, I would have never see if I didn't have layer masking being used here, dude. I would have never saw that. Would have never seen that. And while I'm at it, just gonna get rid of that. Alright, that's cleanup. Alright. Now it's time. It's supposed to be gigabit. On this machine, I tested it 500. Upload and download. That's the maximum. I have to throttle it on mine a little bit. Because if I upload too fast, it hogs all the bandwidth in the house. Because this thing can handle it. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if that's the ISP's fault or if that's my fault. Because I'm running everything upstairs, because there's multiple stories. Everything is connected with an Ethernet switch. Like one of those hubs. So I don't know if there's a cable that's a weakest link and maybe prevents the speed from being as high as it could be. I don't know if the box or the Ethernet switch is doing anything. I don't know if it's maybe something misconfigured in the router or if it's a bad cable somewhere in the mix. Or if it's just maybe the ISP needs to swap some things out. Like maybe I need to swap one of their Ethernet cables out for something newer. The advertised is supposed to be gigabit, I believe. As far as I'm aware of, it's supposed to be. But it's still pretty fast. It's like 500. And that's in megabits, by the way, which is roughly, what is that? Almost 50 megabytes both ways. We have a good provider. I like Alta Fiber, which is our provider here. That's my estimates. That's the maximum, at least. All right. Time to reopen GIMP once again, because now we're in phase 2, and I am out of water. I need to get some. Fortunately, I should have some left in my dispenser up here. In seriousness, though, I do probably need to look. I do probably need to see at some point, like, what is going on at the speed and see if I can find a way to make it higher, like it's advertised. But I need to test my own equipment for that first to see if it's a me problem. Because all the stuff up here is pretty much new, newer, but except for one cable that runs to the router. And I also don't know how old what's connected to the router is old or not. There's things I have to look at. Alright, let's get to work. Alright, so here's how we have to do it. I'm going to start with a new image. We're going to make it 768 by 768. Just like before. The other ones. We're going to fill with transparency for now. I think we're going to get rid of that layer anyway. No comment on that. And that's fine. No background, though. Alright, now here's where things get crazy. Now, I think... no, don't move that anywhere. We might be able to do this in bulk. Baguette. We might be able to do this in bulk. Let me see if it'll let me do it properly. We'll find out. Actually, I'm not going to do that. Not yet. I'm going to put one layer in first. I should have named these. I'm just going to do one at a time. I think that's going to end up being easier. I know it's a pain to have to do it this way now, but honestly, I like having the raw data. I should have had them named, though. There's probably a faster way to do it, but I don't feel like trying to figure that out right now. I'm just gonna... It's not supposed to be showing the layer mask. That's 5. It has to be in reverse. The first layer has to be at the bottom, and everything else has to be at the top. Oh, I'm gonna make this easier on myself. Take that entire dock and just pull it out. Yeah, something like that. It's slow. But it works. You can see it actually starting to take shape now. As you can see, it's starting to actually already take form. You can kind of see it forming a spherical ball-like shape as we add all of the layers. I'm importing all the GIMP ones. I save them as source files for a reason, so we can edit and tweak anything later. If I ever choose to maybe do that, or if I want to maybe release the files at some point, because who knows? Some of these are technically limited time emotes, ones that either only appear for a limited time or appear only during certain games. So like the Yoshi Ball one, that might add the source file, so that may eventually get released as well, pretty shortly, like maybe after the Mario Wonder series. So who knows? And also, in case I end up reusing this for something, I can actually have the raw data on hand. It's just good to keep the raw data if it's not too like big, which it really is not in this case. Not for my hard drives anyway. We're really close to actually seeing a preview of this. So we're pretty close. This time we actually have all the frames in there. It's kind of wild actually seeing all of this come together. Now, I could have done one thing a little bit better, and I'm going to remember this next time. One thing that I could have done better is I should have named each layer what frame it was. Like for 23, I should have named it 23. For 24, I should have named it 24 instead of leaving the actual screenshot image name in there. Because I could have saved a little extra time by not having it like that. Baines. There we go. All right, 28, 29, 30, almost got them all in. $33. $34. $7. That should be every single frame, and there it is. It's a whole heap ton of images all overlapped together. You can kind of see the general shape it makes out when you have it like this. The confetti is wild. As you can see, there's actually a consistency to it. Now, let's get started with the cropping. Now, this is where things get a little tricky. Now we need to give it a crop. So what I'm gonna do is use the frills as the source of that. So on each corner of this box, what I'm going to do is go to use either the frills or the tail as a source of the crop. So you bring it all the way to the tip of either the frill that is sticking out the furthest, or the tail, or whatever is sticking out the furthest in this case. I'm not going to include the confetti effects in this. That does not count. It has to be either tail or frill, or any part of the body of the axolotl. And then once I have that crop down properly, just double check to make sure nothing's being excluded. And once I know for sure, then actually first I'm going to save this as not there. I'm going to save that as that way I have the source file in case then I don't have to do this whole thing I just did again with bringing all the images in. Then crop the selection, and then I'll save it again. Now, before I actually start doing anything, let's export the file. I'm going to export it as this.gif. Now, there's some specifics. I am going to interlace. I think that'll look good for something 3D. As animation, I want that hat for 50 frames per second. It has to be 20. Can't go any lower or it starts glitching on most devices. 1 frame per layer. And delay and disposal for all frames. And I'll have it loop forever. And that should produce a result. Is there a frame skip? Can we slow that playback down at all? Or is that not a way to do that here? Yeah, film strip, please. No, don't show that, actually. Let's see if I can... Yeah, he's rolling. He's rolling fast. He's like Sonic, man. He's rolling fast. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Alright. It does actually let me... Yeah, go ahead and match me, yeah. Oh, I like being able to open this in a video editor. How does that loop with the first frame? Perfect. Now, there are some things we can do to improve the confetti part of it. And this is what I'm going to actually do. What we're going to actually do is improve anything that goes off screen with a little bit of a trick. What I'm going to do is editing the layer mask here. This is why layer masks are nice. Is we're going to take probably just my airbrush. And what I'm going to do is just erase a little bit here. A little less on that one. And much less on this one. Actually, I don't like that. I'm gonna use opacity. I'm gonna use like 25 maybe. No, I don't like that. It was a good idea. That way, oh, my nose is leaking again. Shoot. Alright, now the final steps is, I'm just gonna do a little cleanup. Maybe make that, is there a better way to do this though? That's kind of it's gonna be a pain in the neck to have to do repeatedly though. Tabs of the airbrush might be the way to go. Actually, yeah, that's pretty alright. Hard to say. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. Oh, you know what? I think there is a better way to do it, and it actually might be the more consistent way to do it. And that would be, where is the gradient tool? Whoa! Alright, we're a little strong. Okay, well, it was a good idea in my head. In actuality, that is terrible. What do I have for breakfast? Depends on the day. My jacked up schedule. I usually fast a lot of times, like, through it. Usually I end up having dinner because my schedule is whack. And I get up late. You know, we could just not add it, because it might be a pain to do that right now. I don't know. There's just not... There's not a great way to do this. Yeah, that's what I tend to do most of the time. Sometimes I'll nosh. Sometimes I'll nosh on something small. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I want to really mess with this. This is kind of a pain. Having a hard time getting an effect I want. I'm thinking of the best way to go at it. What if we adjust the rate of the airbrush a little bit? Oh, that's pretty good. I like that, actually. Most frames don't have something like that. Almost like it makes it almost look like it's disappearing off into the screen. Is kind of the look I'm going for. This one's more of an artistic choice. No one's gonna notice anyway, so I'm kind of just doing it quickly. Is he'll be rolling so fast, and the confetti wind effect will be going by so quick. I think for most, I think it won't look like much, but it's a nice little effect in my opinion. So I'll make sure it's not like doing anything it's not supposed to. Okay, it doesn't until I click. Okay, that's good. I just want to make sure it's not messing with stuff it shouldn't. There we go. It's subtle. It's not going to be obvious. But it should at least convey what I wanted with it. There we go. We're getting there. Shift plus left click will let me basically single out a layer. So I can only work on that layer and hide everything else. But if I click it again, though, with the layer already visible, it'll just show everything, which is kind of useful when you're working with a lot of layers. It's tricky with the confetti effect since it kind of goes out of shot. And the problem is Twitch emote sizes are limited. So I want to make it look kind of somewhat convincing that this is supposed to be out of frame. It's basically trying to condense everything into a tiny box and trying to make it still look good and have it make sense in some capacity. But I quite like this effect of the confetti itself, but it's hard to justify it in a square box. But I think personally, without it, it would not have the emote wouldn't have as much character to it. Oh, I gotta watch which layer I'm editing on. Do I like? Oh, I like a bunch. I do like, of course, like the Christian music. I do like that. I'm quite big on. I do quite like EDM. I really like synthwave as well. And some chiptune stuff, actually. I listen to chiptune stuff. Been listening to more of that recently. But I also like just about everything else, save for certain rap, which I'm not as big on. Mostly because like the genre has been plagued by just bad music. I like good rap songs, but not like the ones that have just been plagued by everything. Like just by the industry itself, just having way too much crap. Alright, we're gonna do a little trick. We're gonna do a little trickery for this final frame. I want to make the transition a little smoother for our confetti. So what I'm going to do is select the confetti. All of it. In the first shot. But yeah, honestly, in terms of music, I'm not picky, though. I will... those are the ones I listed off are most of the ones I'm into, but I will listen to a lot. I'm going to see how this looks. What I'm going to try to do is bring all that confetti as a separate thing. I'm going to make it transparent a little bit. And that's going to add blending. Then I'll merge it down. And now, that confetti has merged together. What I'm hoping this is going to do is make... I'm hoping this is going to make this look the transition a little more natural, and I might even add one here. I'm hoping that will make the transition back to the first frame a little bit smoother and a little bit cleaner. So you can see it slowly starts to reappear on the screen. Oh, shoot. Gosh darn it, though, I didn't do it right. Gosh darn it, it didn't do it right. It, like, do I select everything first and then paste it so that it centers it properly? It is just being very bizarre about its centering. Like, okay. That's weird. Let's recenter it manually, I guess. It centered it right on the other one. I don't know why it didn't do it this time. Very strange behavior. I'll merge it down. There we go. Yep, my hope is that it makes the transition back to frame 1 a little smoother looking with the confetti by overlapping. It's a little bit of a visual trick. Alright, here's our potential final results. Now, I haven't downscaled it, which is the only thing. That's actually pretty good. We'll see how it looks on actual Twitch, though. Speaking of which, I probably need to open a window for that. Let's see how it actually looks, though. Also, we are going to have to downscale this. This will not make any sense if we don't. It won't work well if we don't downscale it. I think Twitch can do it. I don't trust Twitch to do that well, though. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to do it myself using no halo. I think that's going to look the best for this sort of thing. Make the solid size 112 by 1, and it'll make this one 107. That's fine. The largest size has to be, of the two, has to be 112. Twitch will not work with anything else. It has to specifically be 112. That's why certain little things I did earlier in the project didn't... That's why I wasn't too picky about it, because the downscaling was going to happen anyway, so it wouldn't have a lot of merit. You can also see why I, added some fading, or tried to at least, with some of that. There's the 112 pixel version. I'm hoping this is going to look pretty good. Let's take a look. I'm going to upload this to Twitch real quick. See if it works. It'll auto-resize the rest, though. Oh, the thumbnails are great, too. Alright, well, here it is. And I gotta say, this actually looks pretty alright. Not bad. It actually came out pretty good. He's rolling very fast. But it's a lot like the game, though. However, the thumbnail version also looks pretty good, I would say. It was a good first frame. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't think I don't think I have anything else to do here. It might take a minute for that to show up in chat. You might even have to reload. That should show up in chat. I think it has to be reloaded. It might take a minute. Oh, there it is. There it is in actual. I want to see how this looks on mobile. Is my chat scrolling is weird. Nice settings are weird. Ooh, does my chat not upscale emotes? That's weird. What a weird feature. He is fast. But I gotta say, it actually came out pretty good. I want to see how this looks on mobile, to be honest. I think that's gonna be a thing. What's funny on the mobile app is that it actually can slow it down because it can't handle the speed. But it honestly looks really good. I think they came out great. How does it look on the Twitch preview, I wonder? How does it look on our overlay? I hope it looks good on the overlays. Look at that. It came out pretty good, I feel like. He is rolling fast, though, man. Holy. Yeah, it shows up. Shows up fine, I think. It looks like it would in the game if you're running at 50 frames. It's not going to look as smooth as it does, like, in-game, due to the nature of it. But, honestly, it looks fine for what it is. Alright, I think that's going to conclude tonight's little segment. We got it done. I'm going to show the full-scale version. When we end here. I think that's about it, really. We got done with it. He's there, he's rolling, he's cruising. I think it came out pretty good. Alright, there might be some other Fall Guys emotes that show up tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm really going to work on those tonight. There might be some other limited time ones that show up. Maybe not. We'll see what I have time to do. But this one, at the very least, will be up for tomorrow. And in fact, it's already up now, so enjoy that now. Alright, y'all, I think it's time for me to wrap up. What do we got going on? Can we actually raid out for real? Is that actually a possibility? Well, let me see. Absolutely, dude. And same to you. Okay, can't raid Mr. Odin. He's got way too many for my meager numbers. Holy moly, he must have gone. Holy, he is up there. Oh, no way! Speaking of Fall Guys, you know, is he intended? What's his mature audience tag? I'm a little skeptical, but he does like Fall Guys, and he does. Oh, he's really late in though, but he does have. He is nice, and he does. He does actually have thing. Let me see it. Oh, profanity. Okay, it's profane. I know he swears a little bit, but is the only one. Oh, there's also someone playing Pow World. Let me see. I'm just looking at my options real quick just to see what we got going on around the town. I got a couple of options here. Let me take a look at my stuff. Where's my activity feed? Gosh darn it. Wait. No. Is it on Hannah's? I just want to check something. Jackpot. That's one I actually have not heard of. I can take a look at that. Can I see rates? Not the same. Not the same one. Let me take a look at this guy. Let me see. I don't normally take free suggestions, but this guy's not bad either. FPS. Rated game. Let me see. Both good options, actually. Let's see. Alright. That about settles it for me. A follower only chat's not bad. That's not bad either. Got the same amount, I think. I think that could work out. Alright, y'all. I will be back tomorrow. Well, it's my tomorrow, but it's later today. It's at 7:30 p.m. ET, which I think. What would that be for you, Boomerang Bub? Would that be like not 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Would that be at 12 a.m. for you? Roughly. Like the next day for you, technically. No, not 7:30. Frick. No, sorry, I need to change that in my schedule. Hannah's rating me at 5:30 p.m. ET, so that's 10 o'clock for you. Never mind, not 7:30. 10:30. Not 12:30. 10:30. But yeah, no, that for Eastern time, that is 5:30-ish. I'll be going for a good, a little bit of time. But I do have to get up early on Saturday. But I will be on for some Fall Guys. I'll be doing snipe games. So it'll be super casual. I don't care about wins either, so in that game at all. So if you just wanted to do some funny stuff, that's a good time to do it. Otherwise, that said, y'all, I want to thank you for tuning in for this little project. It took a little bit of time. How many hours did this end up taking? What, maybe 7-8 hours? That's not bad for this. Well, with that said, y'all, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you all for stopping by here tonight. I do hope you enjoyed tonight's little, or today's little bonus segment, should I say. Alright, yeah, I'll tell you what. You guys have been here the whole time. I'll give you some coins. Tell no one. I'll give you guys some coins. You've been here for a while. Keeping me company. We can do that. Little secret bonus. For these bonus segments. And speaking of which, let me make sure the music's gonna work. Last time I ran the breaks, for a long time, I didn't have music running. Oops. But yep, we will be back for Fall Guys later on / tomorrow. Well, my version of what is tomorrow. All right, everyone. With that said, have a great rest of your day or night. And I will see you around. I'm going to go get ready for bed.